Say cool. Over tidy. What's it do? Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. All right. Where you from, Say cool? It's the first time I noticed you on the channel. Can you hear me? Let's see, cool. It's in Atlanta, right? Originally from VA, by way of New York. Nice piece. Anyone? Bueller? Listen, Good Elevation. You know, I got another. I wasn't able to make that. I wasn't able to complete that mission. Is it? I don't know what happened. I think I had a little bit of. I think somehow or another. But really today, I just I had a lot of missions. I had a lot of missions I had to run today. But I do have one treat. You know, I accomplished a couple of things. I got a surprise. I got a surprise. But tomorrow I got much less stuff to do. But I had some new projects that came that I got to work on. So I was getting all that organized. And I had to take a trip over here, a little trip over there. Little trip over here, little trip over there. But today I want to get into this topic of social inequality. You know, because that lies at the heart, you know, of a lot of what we're dealing with right now. You know, I'm talking about in society as a whole. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with a situation where, you know, everybody's not being treated the same. Everyone. It's been a minute. Master G. %. Yeah, we need to get back on the GoFundMe. Who was at 13? What was it? 13.39 last night. And I don't know if you was on the live. We made a tentatively Me and Jasim was in here building on maybe June 21st being the next meeting. Oh, you have a page called Real Spill TV. And what type of topics you cover on Real Spill TV? Well, as you said, 11:20 is choppy. What's 11:20? Smell good just came in. A little bit of everything on your channel, but I mean, well, what you've been covering recently, say who? It's a people station. You doing interviews? My sound is choppy for everybody. What people you allowing to speak? I can't call it. Let me see. We can talk offline to get a better understanding. Wait a minute. I'm trying to. How about now? Am I still choppy? And this really shouldn't be happening because I just paid the bill for this program a few minutes ago. Young Dove, what's going on? I don't understand. You gotta let me know if my sound is still choppy. Or can you hear me at all? It's more like static. It's choppy. Hold on. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm coming right back on. Y'all, I guess y'all can have a little side rally for a second, and then I'll be right back on. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Oh. Yes. All right. Now it looks like we. Oh, y'all can hear me the whole time? Why y'all ain't say nothing? Man, we could have been going in, man. See? But getting into the topic since y'all can hear me, I'm not sure why there's this something appears to not be right with my regular window here. But already the comments that I seen before I hold on, let me see if I can hear. 1, 2. Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear. So yeah, we had a lot of technical difficulties. We're gonna have to y'all gonna have to help me out with the like button there. Do to each one, teach one. But already in the room, a lot of brothers dealing with the social equality um, between societies. See, because even when you say American society, I think it was Master G that said, yeah, Master G said there's never been equality in this society. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure he's talking about the general uh, American society. But American society is built up of a lot of different societies. And those societies interact. You see what I'm saying? And in the way they interact, there's the equality. So now, like somebody was saying a minute ago, now is it good equality or bad equality? But we also got to look at within the society. I mean, like in our own society, right? There's different ways that we deal with inequality. In our own society, you know, even in terms of participation. Like if you got some people adding on, right? And some people is not adding on to something that's for everybody, then that's inequality. And that brings about confusion too. So I was looking at, actually I was having a conversation with all in the business, speaking about how we got to deal in equality as a society within ourselves. Like when we deal with how we gonna rebuild, whatever we're gonna build from, all these events that occurred. Guardian angels, yeah, they listen, man. They know who they are. They go on TV and play a certain role. They got good press. Curtis Leewood, he's on the news all the time and things of that nature. But yeah, I gotta see the tape of that, how that went. I want to check that out. I generally don't pay them any mind. But how we gonna deal with equality, right? In all parts of our society.
Oh, when you've got a minute, this is the one we're going for, yeah. Without that, I mean, it ain't finished yet. But
yeah.
The color and the whole. Yeah.
You see?
Well, if you swipe left. Yeah, and then again. See what I mean? That's the original.
Oh, I think
it's better like that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, and then put that text in his shoulder here. That what you wanted on there.
Oh, yeah. Right.
As if it's been etched in stone.
Right.
But not this box. Nah, we don't need it, do we? Nah. Let's just put the Anthony the Living King down here. Have that up there, and then if that text is on the shoulder there, and then.
Alright, no doubt.
Yeah, because that looks much better, man. That looks good on the final that. Without this shit, whatever you've got in there. The statues of Egypt or whatever.
793rd came in.
What about the back? Just develop.
I think, remember the other little stone pieces he had? He should organize those on the back.
On that, yeah, okay.
Remember there was like the smaller ones?
Yeah, let's just get. So I'm gonna hit him back now.
Discussing the little covers. Hold on for a second though. I think we got enough people. I'm gonna show y'all something. Hold on. Good morning, Vietnam.
Those ones.
Right, yeah. I forgot how I looked.
That for the back. Or maybe just like
I forgot
two
how.
either side of the track list. The two taller ones.
Yeah.
I better take this. Alright, man. Cool.
Yeah, I forgot how I look too.
You got big.
Got technology back now. What y'all know about that? I got my t-shirt on backwards or something. Boy King, who the Guardian Angels made it seem like they run the street. Nah, they never ran the street. But yeah, I start getting my technology back together. Shout out to the guy Daquan Daquan Aku down Victory Lodge sent me the headphones. I still ain't picked the headphones up, but I worked something out. Work a little something out. But getting back to the science of what we dealing with, like I was saying, dealing with what's going to be the outcome of this, right? And not just what's the outcome of this, right? But just a lot of things that's going on in our society in general. I'm talking about within the society of original people. See, because how we deal inequality with each other, right? Also got something to do with how other people deal inequality with us. You know what I'm saying? And how you treat yourself, or how you treat something that you have, something that's yours, that you own, how you treat it, right? A lot of times other people is going to treat it like you, just the same way you did. So if we don't, show certain equality, man, certain respect and all of that to each other, then how's the other people going to show it? You see what I'm saying? See, a lot of times it's easy to show equality with the people within the society that's like you. You see what I'm saying? But within the society, you got extremes. So that's what me and All on the Business was building on earlier, right? Is how do you get all the segments of our society, right, to participate in building and maintaining a better society for all of us in the future. How to build it and how to maintain it. You know what I mean? So in particular, I was saying, how do you get the people at the extremes, right? The gangbangers, right? Uh, you know, individuals that's, they gotta survive in the roughest kind of way. That's a decision that they make. Not necessarily, after a while you make a decision. You might be born in certain conditions, but eventually people make a decision that that's how they want to live. You know what I'm saying? And then on the other side of the token, we got our, billionaires. You got the Black Billionaire Club. So how do we get all these people to participate, right? Because we was thinking, as we was building, one of the things we was brainstorming on is that, we got a lot of brothers who's always advertising themselves to us as, the first Black millionaire or Black millionaire or whatever the case may be, right? If they were to come in, right, and build, we was discussing how can we get all of the people in the community to cooperate? Because we can't have one part of the community building while the other part is destroying. And that can happen on both extremes. I'm not putting the ball strictly in the gangbangers court, or in the middle classes court, or in the Black billionaire court. But I'm saying, how do those are just examples. Of course, there's other segments of society, but I'm saying just those three right there. How do we get that to flow harmoniously? See, we got to look at what equality really is. We got to look at, is it good equality or bad equality? You know what I'm saying? Because you have, let's say, for instance, right, you got people that have a relationship with a neighborhood. And they may shout that neighborhood out. They may talk about, yeah, this is where I'm from and all of that, right? But then what they doing is not really beneficial for the neighborhood. And like I said, we're not talking about no particular people. This could be done in every segment. See, because like I said, a lot of these things is not just now. The inequality, right, in West Africa caused a certain situation. Because, individuals, these other people, this other tribe over here is not like me. So the inequality within the society, right, allowed some people from outside the society to practice their inequality on all of them. Divine truth, what's going on? So in every community, me and All in the Business were speaking in particular, Jason Rosario TV, me and All in the Business were speaking particularly about LA, because that's where he's from. But that's what I'm saying. You can have a society that's still made up, right? It still consists of smaller societies that interact. So each city, each part of each city, it may be a different way they got to deal with equality in order to be successful. But how many? Say, for instance, Tommy Robinson put right here: "Peace to the fathers of civilization." Father is equality. How you deal with that equality, is going to determine the things will happen to your family and how your family is treated by the outside society. What's the first thing, like for instance, when we dealing with these type of topics that we dealing with right now, right? We deal with police brutality, right? Police killing brothers. What's the first thing that they say? If we say, the police should stop killing us, what's their response? Anyone? Bueller? Somebody contact D Christian. Somebody tell D Christian to get on the line. The bar, what's the deal? You see we back, right? You see we back in business, right? Right? You should just cooperate. That's one thing. Now look, they explaining the way you deal in equality with us, right? That's what they describing, right? Right? What we should do to prevent from being killed, right? They call us criminals, right? You on the way. It's one thing that they say that y'all leaving out. They say all those things too, but just adding on, it's something else that they say. Anytime we say that the cop should not be killing us. right? I was afraid for my life. Bingo, Jason Rosario TV. They say black people are also killing each other. What about black on black crime? Now, I'm not saying that, this argument has any merit, but what I'm saying is they bringing up how y'all deal inequality with each other. See, when they start telling us, well, the black community, they do this type of things in their neighborhood and they do those type, they're saying this how they deal inequality with each other, and so why should we care? Not giving no legs to their argument, but I'm just saying knowledge was being manifested. Black justice and powerful law came in. I was born since 6'6", the father's equality. My born day and I didn't take it, I gave it. Equality is to deal equal, not be equal. Smell good said all or somewhat. Right? All in the business. You know, that's what they were saying last night on the video that we was looking at. Right? The girl that was explaining inequality to her parents, they was like, yeah, I work in the ghetto, which is implying that look, I see the equality. Know how to get down. So this is what we got to do the knowledge to, because, like I said, the inequality in West Africa, right, is what allowed them to, uh, perpetrate a lot of things that they perpetrate. Because you could play people against each other because the equality is not pure. It's not supreme equality. It's really just six. Now, should they also say that to deflect from their savage ways? Well, of course, because at the end of the day, this argument is not valid because you have certain advantages or certain privileges bestowed upon you. You're able to walk around with a gun on your hip in societies where nobody else could walk around with a gun on their hip. You know, you're allowed to put handcuffs on people. There's certain things that the police do, right? Is a felony for me. Like if we pull out a gun on somebody, put them in handcuffs, tell them to get in the car, that's like 50 to life right there. You take their stuff out their pocket and put in some envelope and put it in your stuff. That's life right there. So the fact that you're given these extra rights and these extra privileges, means that you gotta uphold a higher standard. So if you bestow with that authority, like I said, to me, it's the equivalent of a teacher getting caught molesting the children, and then when you approach the teacher and say, what's this about? And then the teacher says, well, the kids have sex with each other. It's teen on teen sex. I don't see you complain about that. That's stupid. You here in a little different capacity than the other students is here. See, any other time, right? You would say you don't want the inmates running the asylum. You have to maintain your authority in order to keep order. So in order for you to maintain that authority, you know, above the rest of society, you have to maintain a standard that's above the rest of society. You know, like everybody with kids here, you know, you're not going to just drop your kids off with anybody. You're not going to send your kids to some place with just anybody unless you know that that person is upholding a standard, you know, at least equivalent with yours. Right? Knowledge born said tribalism is one form of inequality. And that's one of the things, you know, at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying is we, you know, that automatically sparks an image in your mind about Africa. But I'm saying right here in America, we maintain tribes, right? We built and we maintain tribes that the equality between us is not always a good equality. And like I said, this is not throwing the ball. You know, most people that watch this, you know, they're gonna automatically think I'm talking about the gangs. They're gonna think I'm talking about only different hoods that might go back and forth with each other. But there's a whole, you know, there's many tribes that's antagonistic and you know, like for instance, you know, a couple of weeks ago we were speaking on uh uh the different solutions that brothers from different communities, right, within our whole society of original people, right, we got different communities within that, right, and of these different people, a lot of us, we have different ideas about how to go forward and improve our situation. See, that's another form of tribalism that we've seen over the years. Now, you know, not every, sometimes it's necessary to have those discussions to see which way is forward, but you got to be sincere about trying to see which way is forward, or else you end up in just bickering. See, like you got, uh, you know, for instance, you know, amongst the original people. Well, not amongst, I'm talking about amongst, let me not say just original people, but let me say, um, especially during the 20th century, you know, or, you know, really you could say, you know, that 150 years, 135 years, right, from the emancipation of the slaves until, you know, say 1990, you know, maybe 125 years, right? You had the integrationists and you had the do for selfers. That's a long time tribal conflict, you know, that's been here since at least, you know, the emancipation of the slaves. Night out. And then it really started to take form with Booker T. Washington and W.B. Du Bois. Jasim. Jasim was in here earlier. Where you went, Ja? We need D. Christian. Somebody call up D Christian and tell him we on here. Tell him technology is popping off. Tell him technology is popping off up in here. Tell him we back. All right, yeah, Josh right here. Knowledge Born was saying that some topic that I just touched on was something that you wanted to discuss earlier. Love, who won the fight? You know, love is heavily into MMA. Heavily. I missed the fights today. I had to be out there ripping and running. But you know, bees like that sometimes.
What do you think about like recent shit fourth quarter? It doesn't really matter these days, does it? It's not your shit.
Nah, yeah, it don't matter. Cause the cycle is so fast now.
But maybe not the Trash album, so we'll do Lucky Tap's guy. True guy, Lucky Tap. And
that's who that was right there?
Who?
That was just on the song you was just playing.
Nah, that's Pun's song.
Oh.
I did a better remix.
Alright.
Yeah, nah, he's dope. Well, no, he's dope too, but he's not as good as that.
Yeah.
But maybe just do that. You know, maybe that's a good time just to tie something. I'll just get something else in there. Yeah, fuck, man.
What's this? Who won the fight though, love?
So that's still 4 releases.
You know, this channel right here is kind of like a news channel too, man. This channel is kind of like a news channel. Hey, listen, we had up to the minute. We had up to the minute reports in the streets of Minneapolis, LA. They're not finished yet. They still going at it. They didn't get to the main event. Fights must be on the West Coast. Yeah, whatever the news is, you know you heard it here first. But Knowledge Born, what's the topic that you were saying Josh Sim wanted to build on? Information Channel 7, Eyewitness News. Melissa Hefner Cooley. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Melissa. Anything in DC? Hear something big is happening? I mean, well, I've been out of the loop, but we got some people in here that's in the DC area. But you know, the last thing I heard is, Trump getting a lot of backlash from the community of defense administrators in terms of him trying to employ the military against the people. But right now, what we observing is that it doesn't seem to be too much letting up. Like they still protesting hard out here in New York City. You know, it hasn't turned violent in a while. People gathered today in DC. They still gathering by the White House, or they moving around? Because up here, what they doing is they gather in one place and they like walking all around the area for the day. you've been building on tribalism, or which I was what aspect of tribalism was y'all discussing? Oprah and Gail. Uh, my opinion, why Oprah and Gail disappeared is because they don't want to be asked to deal in equality right now. What does someone like Oprah do in this situation? She doesn't want to show inequality, right, by not supporting the movement, but then at the same time, she can't come out and agree with the movement and show inequality to her benefactors, in my opinion. And this is one of the things that we was talking about, the different tribes. That's a particular tribe, the black billionaire set. We have all these people that's rushing right now to tell us that they the first black billionaire in a segment of industry, or entertainment or whatever it is. So now's the time, when we dealing with rebuilding, if we was to truly deal with equality, then all those aspects of our community would have to come together, and how we deal with equality, right, with the least amongst us is going to determine how they react to the whole social equality. Meaning, if they get left out, then what's going to happen? They're going to want to destroy the social equality. Maybe not destroy it, but they're going to do things to get a part of the social equality that's going to be destructive. That's what's going on out there right now in society as a whole. The inequality is leading those that's getting the bad equality, those that's receiving the bad equality, to do things that may be destructive to those who feel like they're dealing with the good equality. But really what you're doing is holding the luxury and the wisdom over their heads. So you create dissatisfaction. Melissa said, this is all crazy. How for the protests, these others hurting people is wrong. I mean, Melissa, it's one of those things, right? Where I don't know if revolution is something that could be neat. When things change, there's always a period in the midst of the change where things don't look, like if you making a meal and I come, when you just in the beginning stages, your meal might look like a mess. But the final outcome, so I'm saying that these things, you know, is never gonna be pretty for everybody. And even when you look at American foreign policy, they kind of exploit that. You know what I'm saying? Like when a major country, right? Uh, they support rebellions against the government. What they do is they go and they find people for whom the revolution was messy. So, for instance,
yo, do you think, because like, you know what I was going to do? I was going to do like our record, my album, and then Tragedy, you know what I mean? Like all in one. But because of this shit, it's fucked everything. So, should I put the Tragedy out in December? Because this cat, he's not like them Harlem dudes, like, he ain't really got, they already had a couple of vinyls out, they've got a little following. This cat, like, hey, I'm unsure. Or maybe just do like a couple hundred CDs that are a little smaller.
Yeah, see what happens.
Tie it over.
See what happens.
I don't feel like risking vinyl with it, but I don't want to be like,
See what he got.
What do you mean?
See what he got on the vinyl.
Yeah, but that's 650, 700. You know what? We could just go. Yeah, we'll do 300 CDs in December. If it goes well, we'll do the vinyl next year.
Yeah.
Just tie it over like that. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to fucking fuck shit up with families. You know what I mean?
Right.
I want it to like come with a slew of heavy hitters, but it's probably not wise to do my album or Tragedies in December, innit? We'll leave it till early next year.
Drop a single.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you should try that with the other dude.
Which dude?
Dude, you talking about?
You mean a 12-inch single?
Yeah.
Or maybe a 7-inch.
See how that rock.
So a 7-inch and a 300 CD.
Alright.
Yeah.
Just get them.
Then we need a feature on that.
Right. Get Tragedy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I told these dudes. And I'm like, oh man, you need to get something on there to make people pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know? It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, them Holland, they've got a little following, they've got a little fan base of people who buy their shit. This guy, with no disrespect intended, I'm not too sure.
That's Melissa.
How are they on it?
Melissa, did
you? Do they have any people
Melissa, did you see that the documentary is supposed to be some new Netflix documentary about that? Everybody with connections to Weinstein and Epstein. Now I'll say I appreciate the whites who are standing in solidarity with us, with the movements of our people. I mean, to me, like I said, the Antifa is like the Union Army to me. I'm not a part of their whatever they're doing. Their battle is against corporate America. But if the Union Army is coming to free us, come on down. I don't think Oprah is gonna say much. Just make it happen. All right. What's going on? Just make it happen. Welcome to the channel. So over here, Smell Good said a lot of normal downtown streets was blocked off with the National Guard and local security companies and police. Yeah, that's how it is in New York. A lot of things is blocked off. What they really protecting in New York right now, the curfew is really coming down to you can't be in Midtown and you can't go below 96th Street, I think. Black Justice said most recent news is there are many racist posts coming out of Texas political figures. Trump advisor retweeted a post of a colored man with a chainsaw chanting racist slurs. Well, when you're dealing with them, there's a certain segment of that population, right? And I don't even know how to identify them, but there's a certain segment of that population, right, that just believe in a race war. Like they believe it's going to be a race war in like a biblical kind of way. Like, the Christians believe there has to be these wars. We call those people the evangelicals that believe that there has to be this war with the Jews and somebody, and then Jesus is going to come. I don't know if you're familiar with the story of Marilyn Manson, that uh, the stuff that he wrote on the walls, or the stuff that he had people write on the walls, and just the way they went about things, right? They wanted people to assume that it was black people. Like he thought Helter Skelter from the Beatles album was telling him about a race war, and then he felt like he would be doing his, I guess, part to help incite it. Night Owl said, I didn't think the skinny jean generation had it in them, but they have impressed me. They are strong, young, gifted, and black. But I'm gonna tell you something. What I think too, we was fooled into. We was fooled into thinking that there's a lot more skinny jean people than it is, because I'm not seeing no skinny jeans out there. We've been being misled, you know, into thinking that it had more to do with who they are, right, than certain knowledge that they lack. You see what I'm saying? See, we got to continue to teach daily, because the 10%, the way they looking at it is a new sucker is born every day. See, you call that sucker your child, but to them, it's just a new sucker that's born every day. And so if we don't continue to teach, if they don't never understand that, this tribal warfare, whether it takes on the form of people shooting guns or shooting arrows, or whether it takes the form of, arguments and debates. Now, let's just say, come to Florida, you'll cook me some shrimp and grits. Well, listen, I got a certain dietary law where I don't eat shrimp. You know, maybe if you got some, if you got some whiting. Now, let's just say she don't think Oprah cares. Um, yeah, not me either. But that's what we was talking about, the inequality, because she doesn't care, right? But you know, uh, there's some way. See, a lot of, especially when you deal with the entertainment industry, a lot of them are really just spokesmen. Like they're just people that come to advertise consumerism to black people, like things that we might have never even known about get introduced to us by these entertainers as a must-have. So see, we got to understand too, as a society, that that's how we take our power back. You know, because we've been dealing with inequality in terms of how people treat each other, right? But we also got to deal with inequality in the form of how we add it on, who's playing a part up to the fullest of their ability. God Savvy Divine said Dave Chappelle told a story. He was pulled over by a cop and the cop knew who he was and let him go. The same cop killed John Crawford a week later. You see? Did you hear Michael Strahan say the same thing? Not that the guy killed somebody right after that, but he was saying how, he was pulled over, and then the guy walks up to the car. He's like, "Yo, Michael Strahan, you my hero," and all of this. So see, if you entertain them, you're a credit to your race. Reveal said just made it back from checking out the protests. 12 trying to intimidate lined up on all bridges. Where was you? Which protest? Where was you? God said, Devon said, why do we need to be famous to avoid being killed? Well, I think it's just in terms of the familiarity. Uh, they're already afraid. You know what I mean? Like we had the what's the dude's name that came on that was speaking, and he was saying that he grew up with that's how he looks at it, that black people are stronger and more athletic. You understand what I'm saying? But I think it's kind of like, how you might know somebody on your block, right? That he might be a bully, or you might have a cousin or a brother who's a bully, but being that you know him personally, you know what I'm saying? Being that you know him personally, he doesn't it doesn't affect you the way it affects other people when they see him around. You know what I'm saying? So you've got people who, they've grown up with a certain image. You know what I'm saying? And then they go into the academy and on the police force and have it reinforced. You see what I'm saying? And this kind of what they call it, racial trope. This is an ancient. This has been around for hundreds of years. That whether it's alcohol, cocaine, PCP, you understand what I mean? That a crazed Negro can only be stopped with a high-powered firearm. You know, you would have to look back. If you look back at the history of police forces increasing their firepower, that's always the reason given. One time I saw a whole show. This is when they took weights out of jail for a minute. And that was the excuse that, listen, by you letting them work out in there, you're producing these super strong Negroes that we can't contain out here. Jason Rosario said the man with the chainsaw looked like a Mexican store owner. It's tougher for us out here in New York. Like in New York, I noticed we got like a unique relationship with the Hispanics that it's not like that everywhere. So I guess some businesses are boarded up due to whatever, and some are boarded up on the ground level to prevent whatever. Yeah, that's really it's the same thing out here. Like you got places where it wasn't even nothing even happened over there, and everything is boarded up. So that's where you was by the Manhattan Bridge. All right, started at Washington Square. Melissa Hefner says she doesn't know what we mean by skinny jeans. Melissa, do uh, can any of us give it? What's a good example? Who can we tell Melissa to Google where she can see an example of skinny jeans? We need to we need to we need to find Melissa an example of skinny jeans so she can see what so she can see what we mean. Why this type of character doesn't seem very revolutionary. Yet Charles Manson, you feel like he is one of the people who sparked the whole Antifa anti-government movement? Nah, no, no, that's an ancient thing. The Antifa that comes from uh, people finding out about the inner workings of the Federal Reserve and these different secret societies. See, that's the difference. That's why they terrorists to the secret societies because they come with numbers. You know what I'm saying? But uh, Antifa stands for anti-fascist, right? And fascism is when there's a combination, between the corporations and the government. So if you recall, there was a speech from Martin Luther King where he was saying that America deals with, the rich people and the big corporations with fascism, and they deal with black people and poor people with, rugged capitalism. You know what I'm saying? The government provides support to the corporations in fascism. So this whole marriage between the corporations and the governments, that they speak on, when you have all these industry leaders and government leaders coming together at these secret societies. These were people that first started protesting at those places. Like if you ever watch Alex Jones and he's at the Trilateral Commission and these different places like that, and you see uh, the protesters that's out there, of course, with financial backing from other billionaires as well, they've grown into what we're seeing out there right now. You know, Charles Manson, a little more of just a plain everyday nut. Listen, how can you get any fish? You live you have oceanfront property or something? Night Owl said, "Is this the manifestation of the culture cipher degree, or are oh, is this a manifestation of the culture cipher degree? Or are people taking a double off the planet?" Um, right now, uh, it's still very early in the game. In terms of this particular battle right here. You know, um, it is it is taking a step closer to the culture cipher degree. Just these things happening and people seeing them happen. People seeing the power of the people being manifested like that. Just that seed being planted in the heads of, look, even the younger people than the people that you see out there. They're observing this and seeing, what happens and what can happen. All right, Reveal. Yeah, I heard about this one, about this particular protest, the one Started at Washington Square Park, then went to City Hall, Brooklyn Bridge, and the Barclays. That's like Devon said. What about Drew Brees? What Drew Brees said in Trump's response? Trump tried to hijack the cause like they did in 2016. Um, I think Drew Brees learned a lesson about what the topic is today: social inequality. You know what I'm saying? And I think, I mean, he could be fake, but his last responses that he did to Trump, it appears that uh, he was made to understand, right, by people who he shares social equality with. That's also original people, people that you go out there like and do battle with every day in terms of his teammates, the rest of the NFL. You know, to me, the more interesting thing is Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell saying he stands with the protesters. That's quite peculiar. John Simpson, a dude in my building, told a story about a brother taking his high school crush to a dance. That's why he was racist. What? Justin, you gotta tell him, Mr. Midwest pimping. Can't go out like that. What's going on, man? I don't know. The Midwest ain't like it used to be, man. I tell him, man, it's Midwest pimping. I let that go. Cop and blow, man. Who was taking pictures and filming? Uh, you was taking pictures, or you saying the cops was taking pictures and filming at the protest reveal? Right, I said nothing under the sun, nothing what new under the sun, but we are seeing today. But what we are seeing today, is it something different, or is it the same as protests of the past? It's not the same as it's not the same as anything that I've seen or really heard of it. It's not the same. First of all, one thing uh I don't know. I've never seen this many places, right, protesting the same thing. Like in 1968, maybe when Martin Luther King died, I wasn't around then, but from what I could, my recollection of different protests, uh, maybe there was a time when the during the Great Depression, there was a movement that started, right, because America had promised some kind of pension in the future to all the World War I soldiers. So when the Depression hit, they was like, okay, we need that now. And they had some kind of movement where they all went to Washington, D.C. and set up tents in Washington, D.C. and was like, look, we ain't going home until we get our money. You know, the government ended up firing on them, and dispersing it. But I'm saying that was a pretty big movement. But we speaking internationally. Like I was asking anybody if they had a count on it. I think it might have been all in the business, and he said, there's been protests in all 50 states in 18 different countries. There's probably been protests on, five of the continents, and everybody dealing with the same thing. The way they continued to protest even after the charges was filed to let them know that, look, we're not going to be going for the okie doke. Don't think you're going to charge him and we're going to just go away without justice. So no, I haven't seen it, but maybe somebody else got examples. Is are you still there, Melissa? That is a good person right there. You have to Google Young Thug. There's a rapper named Young Thug.
Yo, I'm unplugging the internet.
Hmm?
Internet's fucking going. I can't get anything.
But if you're still there, Melissa, Google Google Young Thug, a rapper named Young Thug, and when you see his pants, those are the skinny jeans that we speak of. Can you hear me now? It's, yeah, it's my I don't some is they jamming up the jam listening. They think I don't know, but I know these type of games. State of the art of the state. You been Shaquem. If you elevation, so where your legs look like a pair of scallions. Stop it, man. Why would you say anything like black man as white Hispanic? I was meant a byproduct of the Turner Diaries. He was the Turner Diaries is before Charles. I thought the Turner Diaries was from the 70s. Right, Black Justice know what I'm talking about. Antifa first showed up at the G7 conferences in 2014, but they had as a loose group, that's probably when they first organized, because I don't think Antifa even is one organization. I think Antifa is an umbrella term. You're just gonna go in, man. When you can't tie your shoes without sitting down, without sitting down, because your bros are too small. Uh, but you gotta double take to make sure. Oh man, when you sagging and you a woman, come on, man. I'm just gonna let them have it. Till apparently something happened. Cure. You added 1 2 1 2 1 2. Am I back in effect? But I'm still choppy. So Jasim said, fascism is a political philosophy, movement, or regime such as that of the fascists that exalts nation and often race above the individual and stands for a centralized autocratic government. That's a little bit mixed in with Nazism. See, the Nazis was a particular group of fascists, but fascism is a political, uh, economic, political thing. Black Justice said Drew Brees trying to save his brand. I mean, I wouldn't put that past him. I wouldn't put that past him. I'm not saying that it's not that, but I will say that the comments that he made to Trump, it was very pertinent. You know, he could be trying to save his brand, but that was one of his 2 times a day, you know, as a broken clock, that he was right. God Cyber Devon said Roger Goodell's response was damage control. He didn't mean it. Trump said Brees should have never apologized. He said he should have stayed with his first option, his first opinion. Hmm. I mean, you know, see, one thing that Trump has done, you know, a lot of stuff people say I don't really agree with, but one thing he did do, and one thing this situation has done, I'm talking about the situation in the country right now, is drawing clear lines. But you got to pick your side. You can't play both sides. You know, kind of like what Brees said to Trump is that, listen, you can't try to change the subject and then say it's about the flag and then use that to stick your head in the sand. So, Trump has clearly picked his side. 793rd says seeing gas stations with giant Black Lives Matter signs reminiscent of the early 90s with all the black-owned signs on 125th Street discouraging someone from breaking up in their stores. Well, the difference is when people find out what Black Lives Matter is really about. Oh man, real hip hop. Yeah, going in. Like Justice said, what's that? You talking about this being a Hotep channel? Wisdom Hotep. You made a few references to it yesterday. He was building with a guy today. He made a statement. That's a Hotep. It's a Hotep channel, man. Black Justice said Antifa is like the Taliban, many cells. Supreme Justice. So New York ain't scared of the big bad germ anymore. Well, apparently what's happening right now, right, is news stories coming to form right now, right? That news stories can kind of only exist one at a time right now. Like I guess the stories are so big that news stories can only exist one at a time. So see, you know, if you're talking about terrorism, that's what you got to talk about. Talk about coronavirus, then it's not going to be no terrorist attacks. Can't do that. Get the protests, coronavirus got disappeared. News stories can only be covered one at a time. So let's see what happens. In New York, we are waiting for them to say that this has caused another spike. So we'll see. Kua said the social equality is no more public announcements. This is interesting these days in times, to say the least. Real Hip Hop said Antifa is two radical groups, American Communist parties and American anarchist parties, They are all white radicals who want to overthrow the government. Like I said, I look at them like the Union Army. You get that. That's the same thing the Union Army was about. And like I said, while I'm not, uh, you know, uh, I'm not the best friends with them either. If they got some business to handle with the slave masters, that's not my concern. That's him. All right. Fascism is centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, severe economic and social regimentation, and the forcible suppression of opposition. Where's this definition coming from, Jason? Is Australia about to bang on China on behalf of what's NA, North America? What's going on with Australia and China? No, I don't think so. I doubt that. Don't nobody really want no war with the Chinese. D Christian. Hold on. Did you notice? Did you notice that we back D Christian? Did you notice that the technology? Did you notice that the technology has now returned to form? See, listen, everybody, did the each one teach one and hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button. Y'all got D Christian in here. See, now that D Christian is here, I got another treat. See, I told y'all, look, I know I was supposed to put the thing on sale, but I was handling still a lot of business, man, for random Jews. I'm about to show y'all something, man. Smell good, say Breeze is a bigot. Merriam-Webster, right? So that definition that you had came from Merriam-Webster. Uh, I mean, this is the dictionary of records, so I don't want to discount it, but there's a lot of things. It's like if you knew a 5%er, right? And then however he was, this became your image of 5%ers. So, the Nazis in that World War II era is one of the only examples of fascism that the world has seen, and so a lot of times it gets mixed up. Just like democracy hasn't always worked, but we associate democracy with, America and the certain other freedoms that go with it. You understand what I mean? Or even capitalism. It hasn't always worked, but we associate it with America. Yeah, cool. You ain't know since you left, we became a Hotep channel. You missed. Listen, we had Hotep week. We had, we had a whole Hotep week. What's NA? NA, not the guy. The other AC, Apex Cipher. You see, we back in the building, right? Sight and sound. Look, light is traveling at 186,000 miles per second again. Did you notice that? Any God Cipher Divine said, does anybody notice the separation between original seed and grafted seed? In what aspect we talking about? I mean, because by definition, that's separation. But I'm saying, I'm sure what you're speaking on is something else. Well, like you said, if it's grafted from the original, that's already separation. But I'm sure you're speaking on. Well, I'm asking you, you speaking like Justice said on Sly Fox News. Man, y'all going in today, man. What's that brother's hardcore tonight, man. Look, nobody tell Jigga 1017 is how it's going down here, man. Cause you know when Jigga gets in the building, man. All on the business. I'm about to bring you on in 1 minute. I'm almost down to the bottom of the comments, and then I'm gonna bring you on. On Sly Fox News, they show a graph of how the stock market goes up immediately after a high-profile killing of a black man. Whoa! And did they discuss any aspects of what causes that phenomenon? Whoa! That's a that's a Snapple fact and a half. The stock market goes up immediately after a high-profile killing on a black man. Which industries could those be that's pulling it up? Hmm. I guess they figured Facebook. You figure Facebook and Twitter is going to start getting more views. Maybe that's, I don't know, because that's how they think. They not think about it. It ain't got nothing to do with the person's life. There's some industry that gets the spike in activity, right? That's expected, and that's why the stock market goes up. See, they thinking ahead to what's going to be all the ramifications and everything. You see what I'm saying? Like I've been saying from the very beginning of this, you got to already thinking ahead, right, to what you going to born. See, right now you got destroyed, but now you got to think ahead to what you going to born, right, in order to, even if you out there protesting, whatever you're doing, right, for whatever cause, when you accomplish that, right, what are you going to do with it? D. Christian said, looking like the quarantine doing you well. I've been doing, like, I doing my little workout, man. Yeah, listen, when I knew my technology, yeah, I said, I was saying, I forgot how I look, but I like that. Let's see here, let me freshen up. See, D. Christian knows this a hotel channel. See, D. Christian said, for the record, love the earth. That's how we do over here on Hotep TV. Where you at? Q said it's thick out. Where he at? God said, "The fine said, meaning the grafted sees life through his eyes. Born you truth tries to knowledge how the original man deals with life from his perspective." I mean, you know, like I said, all knowledge you can't get from a book. All knowledge don't come from outside. Some of it come from inside. So it's certain things, like we're never. I ain't gonna say never. Maybe you'll move somewhere where things will be different. You know what I mean? A different country. But we're never gonna have an understanding of white privilege. We never see and look, when you experience something, right? And in a way, it's sometimes it's hard for you to even understand it. Just like the original man, you know what I'm saying? We are oppressed in so many ways. See, yeah, when you're speaking to people that's conscious of what's going on, that's one thing. But when you're speaking to somebody that's really not in the know, they're not even aware of all the ways that they're oppressed. They're not aware of the knowledge that's being hidden from them, right? They're not aware of what's being hidden from them to hold them back. So, I think I know what you're saying, just in terms of everybody that's out there protesting is not protesting the same thing. So the separation is not really between the people. The separation is between the different ways that you know the powers that be have oppressed different people. Meaning right now, let's say it was no white people. Let's say it was just black people and Indians. Native Americans, I'm saying. If it was just black people and Native Americans, we would both be on the front lines for different reasons. But it's not because we're separated per se, it's because we were oppressed in different ways. You see what I'm saying? And so it makes it seem like it's oppression. Just like I said, between the black man and the black woman, we oppressed in different ways. You see what I'm saying? They trap the black man off by taking everything from him, right? And then when he tries to, uh, uh, you know, get something or whatever when he tries to come up, then you fall into the trap, right? You end up in jail with a record, shot up, whatever it is, all the wages of that. See, the black woman, they oppress her by giving her stuff. And then when she realized that this stuff is really no good and she tries to give it back, she realized that she's trapped. You see what I'm saying? So because the black man, the black woman is under different kinds of attacks in the society, sometimes it appears to be separation between them. You see what I'm saying? But see, me and D Christian on a good Hotep channel like this, we wipe that away. Smell good. Said there's something popping off right here at the gas station. Hey man, I don't know what it is about other places and gas stations, man. You know, I mean, I've seen some drama in a gas station in New York, but not like in other places. People are invested in COVID in the stock market. Well, yeah, you got the vaccines and stuff. I'm sure I'm sure the pharmaceutical companies is popping. You know, everybody who the news has circulated has gotten a contract to manufacture some of it or deliver it or whatever. I'm sure, yeah, their stocks is looking up. Like Justice said, democracy is the newest political system. Trump testing the system now. Example, refusing to subpoena who? But no, it's not the newest. It's been around uh at least since the Greeks are uh um they give you credit for coming up with democracy. See, that's a interesting topic. What was new is the way America decided to deal with the flaws of democracy. See, the flaw in democracy, right, is that right now everybody in America can just vote. Like they can just say, "Look, we're going to do a referendum." You know what I'm talking about? When they put something on the ballot, whatever the issue is, like, okay, we're going to do a referendum, and you know, on the referendum is going to be, we want to vote to take all of Bill Gates, uh, Jeff Bezos, uh, Zuckerberg, and Warren Buffett. This is what's on the referendum. We're going to take all their money and split it up between the poorest people in America. We can vote that, and there's nothing they can do about it because they only 4 people. And so the way they chose to deal with that, right, is really through socialism, through them merging, through the rich people merging with the government and then controlling what they call manufacturing the consent of the people. That's I think that's Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky. You gotta check him out. He got a book, Manufacturing Consent. Drew Brees apologized for his lack of knowledge about the black struggle. I mean, I don't, like, I don't know if I would expect Drew Brees to know what the struggle is. You know what I'm saying? Because look, if he was wrong, I don't know him personally. I don't know if he learned his lesson sincerely or if he's faking. But look, it's 1,000 different ways. You know, every person that went out and got a Black Lives Matter T-shirt, or they tweeting Black Lives Matter on their page. Yeah, they doing that up front, but that don't necessarily mean they on our side either. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it says it in the degrees. Even the devil gets a chance to clean himself up. I don't know his history of speaking, so I can't really say, I don't know. Night Owl said these networks are using us for ratings because sports and entertainment has been blocked. Hmm. I think real hip hop made a very good point. That I didn't look at, but he made a very good point about what I was just talking about, but taking it to another level of how is a lot of these so-called activists that are monetizing, through they post all of these things on their sites. And while I appreciate that, because a lot of times if you didn't post it, then we might not have seen it. And then if we didn't see it, we could have never expressed our voice about it and got into a situation like this. But yeah, that's another group right there that the people that's kind of I guess real hip hop is saying at the end of the day that the race hustler has kind of changed clothing and tactics a little bit. Today, I ain't do my 100 burpees. You know what? God save the divine. I went on a regimen, right? Where for like 30 days straight, I was doing my workout. You know what I'm saying? I was doing push-ups. I was actually doing like 3 different kinds of calisthenics for the legs. I was doing the one leg deadlifts, doing some squats and some lunges, and I was doing some like arm extensions off the table. So I was doing that routine every day for like 30 days. So right now, I took a week off, and then I'm about to set it. I'm about to go into another regiment. Q said everywhere for the original man these days and times is thick. We got to create the narrative. Where do we, as the domesticated human, known as the bigger Frankenstein's monster, go from here? As far as the killings and murders by the government, the agent provocateurs putting out bricks. I mean, see, even what you're saying, for me, controlling the narrative is not being concerned with whoever's putting the bricks out there. That's between them and the PD of whatever town they put it in. You know what I'm saying? But everybody knows I'm not a huge fan of the police. So whatever's happening to them is, we don't have a nice precinct. Night Out said the purge is happening. Whoa, the purge. Yeah, D Christian, I seen that, but I still don't understand what the significance of that is. Like they resigned in protest. D Christian is talking about the cops that beat up that old man. They beat up that old man in Buffalo and pushed him on the ground and made blood come out his ears. And then to me, it wasn't that they pushed him. It was the dude that reached down to see if he was all right, and the other cop pushed him like, "No, you don't. No, you don't." See, that is what I was describing to you. Listen, I don't know how that guy who was about to reach down and see if that cop was all right, I don't know how he graduated the academy. Because as you can see by the reaction of whoever that guy was behind him, that's not how we get down. When we beat somebody down, we beat them down. Period. Whatever happened, just happened. And I said the purge is happening now. 3 deaths led to the dismissal of all the ordinances for COVID-19. Acknowledge me what happens when and if all these people get sick. I mean, we kind of expecting that in New York for them to say that. But, I don't really think it's going to happen because most of the people out there, they fit the description of the 99% of people that it doesn't affect. So, yeah, you probably get a few, but, by now, you would have already had people showing up at the hospital, in my opinion. How long has it been since they've been doing this every day? The first of the people probably would have been coming down already. But I'm sure they'll have some way. What is this sign right here? Real hip hop, a coffee cup? A teacup? What is that? Universal Truth said anyone with a platform is using it to speak on current events because they don't want their silence to be mistaken for complicity. You got a good point there. Universal Truth says social media inequality. Hmm. All right, so let's get hold on. Let's get on the business in here. Right? Hold on. I got some. D Christian, you paying attention? Look, we just gonna do this. Hold on, wait, let me I gotta put my headphones on. What happened? Wait, see, Christian, I got it. I got a gratuitous. This is just a gratuitous. Look at that. Look at that, D Christian. For no reason. because because that's just how we do over here on Random Jews. That's how new Steve right now. Cypher King, PC guy. Don't mind me. We got crying Jordan up just gratuitously today. It ain't even no reason. Matter of fact, Cypher King is down. What's been going on in your area as far as the protests? You know, uh, me and Cypher King was speaking earlier, and he was speaking too on how we gotta be out there, not necessarily in the form of being on the front lines of all the protests and everything, but being on the front lines of teaching and letting people know, uh, you know, what to remain focused on. Because see, that's what's happening too. Is that in the whole history of politics, we dealing with people, even the system. Well, let me give an example. That might be easier for me to explain it. A lot of times we condemn the brothers that was a part of civil rights, and we say that these things that they, I guess, negotiated, the way they negotiated the integration taking place was maybe they got a little bit less than a lot of people might have wanted them to get. But part of the reason for this is because you was dealing with people that was never even allowed to vote. So of course they're not gonna understand the intricacies, you know what I'm saying, of the political process. They're not gonna understand the intricacies of the fine print. So see, whoever does understand the intricacies of that has to be out there to let them know. They gotta be out there to let them know that, okay, what you doing right here, this is good, or what the brothers did in the 60s, this right here accomplished a lot. So double down on that. But then these other things right here, this is where they went wrong. So avoid that. So see, like, who were a couple other people. That's why I'm saying, listen, I don't pay that much attention to what Antifa and all these other people is doing. You understand what I'm saying? Because then you already begin to lose focus. See, one thing I understand is, listen, at the end of this, we not merging with Antifa. Not me. Whoever else wants to do that. But see, just like I said, Antifa, for me, represents the Union Army. I'm not particularly down with them, but if you're going to come whip the slave master's ass and let me free, then we could politic. But see, to illustrate what I'm saying, right? What happened? Because some of the brothers back then might have misunderstood and thought the Union side actually had some good intentions for them, we end up moving to these northern cities, right? These, western cities, the big cities, the LAs, the Chicagos, the New Yorks, the Philadelphias, and what ended up happening up here? we end up seeing that there was just a legal, we was being lynched legally by people with blue uniforms on instead of people with white uniforms on. You see what I'm saying? The same thing happened in the 60s when, we didn't understand and we merged with other movements, and then those movements co-opted the energy. They co-opted the energy that we brought to the table, right? But then they took it somewhere else. So all of that to me is a part of controlling the narrative. Like if you want to throw rocks at the cops, that's between you and the cops. Like you see people, they running out there, and I seen a couple of people, you want to grab the Antifa guy and stop him from just like, dude, that's between him and AutoZone. Yeah, D Christian, I told you I was gonna bring crime joint, man. We gotta take it. We gotta take it down now before people think something's already going on. But it's just a matter of time before it has to come back in an official capacity. Universal Truth said makes what? It's a whole bunch of fireworks going on out there right now. Cool said just like hip hop, history, everything, they take it. You know what? That is another good example of when we became a little too friendly. Yes, you know what I'm saying? We became a little too friendly, and yeah, they ended up co-opting it. That was also a situation where that was a white man ice is colder situation. Where see a lot of times it's hard for original people to just say, well, look, we gonna deal with our level. You understand what I'm saying? Like right now, you may start a car dealership or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is that you may try to found right now without the benefit of white privilege, right? You may not be able to make the amount of money that they make immediately. I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? But when we look at these concepts of places like Black Wall Street and all the different places, that's what they did. They started off with whatever scraps they had coming out of slavery, and they were satisfied with that in the determined idea that they was building. You see what I'm saying? But then what happens is sometimes we want to skip steps and have our ice be as cold as the white man, so we end up selling out, right? In order to get, and then we end up, it also happened with rock and roll. So protests is going on in DC. So the whole DMV is protesting. D Christian said Antifa would be the ones calling the cops on you at Starbucks after this pass over the media. Yeah. See, like for instance, look, uh, in terms of everybody doing what they doing, you go on ahead, man. You understand what I'm saying? But listen, a lot of things that Antifa, uh, a lot of things that they represent, they're not gonna get me to support that. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those situations where, I saw a situation one time, and these guys were supposed to be terrorists. I don't know. The interview that they were being given, it identified them as terrorists, right? And so they asked the guys, they was like, well, why y'all doing what y'all doing? And it was like, yeah, because the way these people is practicing Islam is not right and exact. Then they say to the one guy, yeah, but the dude right here that's with you, he don't practice Islam like you do. What about him? And he looked at him, he said, yeah, I'm gonna have to kill him too. You understand what I'm saying? Like, listen, this is where we gotta understand. See, because they understand what the line is. That's the difference between us and other individuals. They understand what the line is because one of the characteristics of man, right? I'm talking about when they say Homo sapiens sapiens, right? One of the characteristics of man is self-awareness. Like how babies, they have to figure out that the image that they see in the mirror is their own self. Now, the reason why I brought that up, right, is because how you see, you know, everybody heard the saying, fight like cats and dogs, right? But how you go to somebody's house and the cat and the dog is perfect friends? That's because a lot of animals is not so self-aware. And what happens is they have an instinct, a pack instinct, where they're able to believe, like for instance, when a person gives orders to their dog, the dog sees them as the leader of the pack, right? But let's just say they've adapted to the idea that this is the pack. This is the den. This is the whatever is the different group of animals. And see, sometimes Black people display that characteristic. You see what I'm saying? Where sometimes we uh latch on to other people as our pack, who don't have our best interests at heart. It's like the king says, some of the other cities and communities are protesting as well. Well, right now, Cyber King, what we've seen, or the way we drawn it up on this channel is that uh, this is something where the system has united all of the seeds against it. Everybody's fighting against the system for their own particular reason, but they're unified in doing it. And I think a lot of why they had to label Antifa as terrorists in the way they uh the way they described them is because Antifa employs a perfect strategy against the kind of oppression that we have right now, where there's only a few people, right, with a whole bunch of built up wealth oppressing people. See, Antifa has brought the masses of poor people, and there's really no way for a small group of elite people to fight against that. There's really no way for a small group of people to fight against the masses. Cypher King said they showed a white man in the park on his bike. Yeah, I saw this and saw a young girl and her parents putting up Justice for Floyd flyers, and it costed the young girl and her parents. Yeah, I saw the story on that. You know, uh, you know,
Yeah.
the that's pack mentality kicking in too. You know what I'm saying? Which in like, you know, if it doesn't matter what the animal is, it could be a simple organism like a roach. If you kill one roach, the other roach is going to run. You know, people know when their kind is under attack. No matter what kind of animal it is, how high or low on the spectrum of intelligence, they know when their kind is under attack. And so you're going to see people like that guy, the dude who pulled out the crossbow. Where was that? In Utah? Because they all, you know, they've grown up with these ideas.
Man, did you see that little Facebook story about that black woman? She was dating this white man, and the whole time this white man was racist.
She was what?
Man, this black woman was dating a white man, but the whole time he was racist.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he was
something.
texting his friends like, "I feel like killing her," stuff like that, and she screenshotted his text messages and made them public. He was talking like, "Yo," so all
Mm-hmm.
this that's like Antifa to me. They like a girlfriend. I ain't never had a white girlfriend, but it's like a white girlfriend who might
Mm-hmm.
be, who might just be covertly racist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What happened to Melissa? Melissa made a statement. How did she not know? Now look, this is just gonna sound a little crazy, Melissa. I don't know if you, but listen. Have you ever heard that Sally Hemings was in love with Thomas Jefferson? That was really some type of love relationship. Have you ever heard that, Melissa? Smell goods. Yeah, so that's a part of the reality, in America, segregation has always been about keeping the black man away from the white woman.
Mm.
There was never a time when the white man sought to separate white men from black women. That was always something that they enjoyed. And, I don't know how true it is, in terms of the social structure of the plantation, but you would notice that that's also a trope in the in a slave movie, where there's a woman who, she's in a relationship with the master. She got kids by him, and even though it's the power dynamic of him being the owner and her being the slave is obvious. It still made it seem like he has some soft spot in his heart for her. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't for this, peculiar institution, as they say, then they would. And matter of fact, I didn't see the movie, but I had heard that was a part of this Harriet Tubman movie. I had heard that was a part of this Harriet Tubman movie, that apparently this guy was in love with her, the slave master who hit her in the head and made her deaf, and then sent some dude to chase her down, with guns. What was his name? Bigger Long or something? That's I mean, personally, I feel like it's some type of propaganda. It's some, from my perspective. But this is something that's been manifested. So real hip hop, and who is this? D. Christian brought up Stockholm syndrome. Is when you sympathize when your captors. King Shah said it's when you make excuses for your enemy. Smell Good said, so was folks getting murdered, or was it a germ? Because, like, where did it go, though? How did it go? Well, you probably was gone when this topic came up a minute ago, and I was saying that it appears right now that the news can only handle one story at a time. So it has to be terrorism or coronavirus or the protests. You understand what I'm saying? Because with each one of those stories, you know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, what happened to Russia collusion? Like, it's been like this for like a couple of years, where it seems like the news can only hold one story at a time. Weinstein, maybe Weinstein and Epstein was at the same time, possibly because it rhymes. But other than that, you get one story at a time. Even to the point, look, when Weinstein came up, you stopped hearing about Cosby. So, you're right. The last 6 months of stories of news that was so very urgent, I would like to know what happened to those. What's going on with that right now? Are the terrorists scared of germs? If you're gonna commit suicide anyway. Smell Good said the information of the germ and its creation was given by who? Well, yeah, like you said, we got a lot of information. That's another hallmark of the stories that we get, is that we have a lot of information and very little knowledge. We get information every day. Like, I don't know about every place, but say here in New York, right? We get a daily press conference. Everybody gets the daily press conference from Trump and Fauci and all these people. But then we get a daily press conference from Cuomo, and then we get a daily press conference from de Blasio, and yet we still have all those questions that you asked, Smell Goods. So we got a lot of information, information overload, very little knowledge. Real hip hop said, like, when slaves fall in love with the slave masters while they are slaves. To me, this goes along with the propaganda that, slavery wasn't that bad. Like, that stood out to me as a kid in elementary school. You know what I'm saying? When they said, well, it was a peculiar institution, but it was a necessary evil. It was a necessary evil, and the slaves, it wasn't that bad for them. They sang songs and had families and did dances. And when you look at now, look, after all of that, they're gonna tell you, and then at the end of it, but look though, you get to live in the greatest country. You get to live in the greatest country that ever existed. So to me, all that type of propaganda goes hand in hand in trying to mitigate black anger. You see what I'm saying? Just like, look, when the cops kill somebody, and then they say, well, well, look at your neighborhood and look at how crime was. We're the ones that are out there fighting for you. So now I'm not supposed to be as angry with you because you caught somebody shoplifting last week. Melissa said you're absolutely right about the media. The media has more control over us than some realize. King Shah said they milk each subject for what it's worth, then on to the next one. Melissa said the two men were connected by common circumstances. Which two men? Sometimes I talk too much, Melissa, and then I'm flowing through topics, and then I get behind on the comments, and then by the time I get to the comment, I can't recall. Crew said politics. Anybody seen the movie Wag the Dog? Now I recall it. All in the business. Melissa said, "Puff puff pass." Melissa, you all right, man? You gonna make it on this channel, Melissa? Universal Truth said technology is a single shot weapon. Melissa said they only tell us what they want us to know. I think they do the opposite now.
Right.
I think that's the new tactic, is to just overload you with so much information. You know what I'm saying? Like, say like we got. I'm sure everybody in the world knows about Times Square. 42nd Street in Manhattan, right? One of the reasons why you see the advertising signs out there is so big and so bright is because there's so many of them that eventually you begin to cancel out even just seeing them. So everything except the most outrageous sign is not even going to register in your conscious. So they do the same thing now by giving you so much information. Oh, it's spread like this. No, it's spread like that. You got to wash your hands. You got to wear a mask. No, you don't got to wear a mask. You understand what I'm saying? So they end up achieving maybe even a greater effect because they giving you all this information that's not actually verified. So now you actually think you know until you really sit down and analyze that, okay, most of this information you gave me is contradictory. Right, Christian, the information overload is another form of distraction. Real hip hop said nobody wants to talk about post traumatic slave disorder. Um, you know, it's not that I don't think it exists, but I think sometimes people take it too far. Where you want to blame everything, saying that it's goes back to slavery. But I'm saying, what did you want to bring up about it? Because you most of the time you have some good points that you make. D. Christian said, I thought T.I. said Wakanda, aka Atlanta was the greatest place for blacks to live. What happened? Did something happen to prove T.I. wrong? Queen Mecca. Yeah, Melissa, they give us tons of false information, but in the midst of doing that, they could give us the real information. But because it was so much of it, we don't really have the time to process it. We don't really have the time to process and really get any meaning out of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how familiar you are with us, but as 5%ers, we always try to draw a meaning out of everything for ourselves, so that we can use that as a lesson to apply solutions to our situation in this day and time, in this circumstance.
Right.
So when you get a whole bunch of information and you really can't make any meaning of it, I mean, I can give you the best information in the world. I could give you the lotto numbers for tomorrow. But if I don't tell you that that's what this is, you might think it's the combination to, a safe or something. Who knows? So you got the right numbers, but you applied it the wrong way and in the wrong place.
Yeah. If you know that they gonna tell you only what you want to hear, then you got to be wise enough to know how to take the back door. You know what I'm saying? You know what's coming through the front door. You take the back door, and basically you take the information you have and you leave it as information. You don't internalize everything you hear on the news or everything you hear on the TV screen or the Instagram. What you do is you take it, you dissect it, and you compile the information. It's like science. It's like scientific method. You compile all the results of your observation so you could come up with the most reasonable conclusion to that which, you was trying to learn.
Cool said, isn't that what the order of supreme mathematics is for? Indeed. But supreme mathematics is also one of those things. that can just become a lot of information if you don't get any meaning from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how long you've been watching the videos, but that was one of the early videos that I made, right? Was about the difference between supreme mathematics and arithmetic. See, arithmetic is supreme mathematics without the meaning. You see what I'm saying? You know, numerology is another thing that you could get caught up in if you don't understand what supreme mathematics is. You see what I mean? Because if you're just dealing with the numbers, then you could deal with certain laws like the commutative law of addition and things of that nature and think that that means something. You know, yeah, it has an impact, it's related. But unless you know what those meanings are, life is a series of equations, you know what I'm saying? But you've got to know what each, you know, like you said, if you give me an equation, right? D equals RT, right? 24 hours in a day, right? That's T. In that formula that I just said, that's T is for time. But if you don't know that, you can't solve the problem. You said the unknown, you make it known. Well, what's really unknown? You know what I'm saying? What's really unknown? Because you got to remember, if something exists, right? You just said, you know, everything I go through the art of mathematics, 100% right, exact. So if something exists, if something has been made born in the world for us to see, everybody can say, yeah, that thing exists, then where did it start from? Right? Good. Police. You say God is an unknown.
Nah. How you see that? What?
God is an unknown we got to solve. Yeah, how you draw that up? But see, University Truth. University Truth, they carved out everywhere. You said the unknown, I make it known. I respect your bill. This police brutality. God is an unknown we got to solve.
God is an unknown we got to solve. Okay. Elaborate.
Yeah, elaborate on that. You say God, meaning you, as in me? Because I'm not unknown.
Right. I mean,
Universal Truth said, brothers, be quick with the word radar.
when you ain't have knowledge of yourself, that's when you was unknown. The mystery God, that's unknown type of thing, you know?
Wait. Now you really gotta elaborate. You said police brutality is an unknown. I'm saying I just seen it on camera for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. You got. Hold on.
Drop the link.
Let's get Q in. Hold on.
Yeah.
You know we fancy now. I don't know the last time you was in Q. You know, you come on the screen now. Hit that link right there, Q. Hit that link right there to come on. Said police brutality is our unknown. We gotta solve.
Police brutality. God is an unknown.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, man.
Police
Saying
brutality.
that
We gotta solve.
would you in my all right, well let me let you explain. Let me let you explain yourself. Peace.
Peace, God, peace, Almighty,
Peace.
peace, universal family, all that good stuff.
Q, you must be having a real session. You made it fire.
Yeah, we in some interesting times.
You must be
We
having
in
a
some
serious
interesting
session.
time. Yeah, that's a keen observationalist right there. You know what I mean? I forgot to close the door. You know, you don't smoke with in front of the babies and shit. So I guess I just cracked that
I told you that is
fast.
unknown.
What's up though?
What you're saying.
Yes, sir. What was we building on?
The unknowns. And you said
Yeah. So
police
you were saying
brutality is
that.
unknown.
All right, Tron D. So you were saying that like basic arithmetic has nothing to do with supreme mathematics, and how I see it, as far as W.D. Fard, Elijah Muhammad, and how it trickled down and was finally able to walk and talk and breathe by Allah through the 13th problem was to tie it into a mathematical reality, Almighty. And how I see that is that, like, I had a bill with my enlightener that, you know, we almost got like into a physical altercation as far as whether or not zero becomes before one or one becomes before zero. I can say I now bear witness that definitely one becomes before zero. I don't know that I still want to debate that, but that's neither here nor there. So just when dealing with mathematics, Almighty, I see it as uh just in basic rudimentary. Okay, like I got equality seeds. So one of my biggest goals is that my oldest is knowledge understanding. Now in power years, she goes into her freshman year. So I got power years until before she graduates. So like my unknown is basically like how am I gonna solve the equation to make sure that I have enough gold to make sure to have an apartment for my seeds once they graduate, because I want to make sure that they have shelter taken care of for them. That's just a basic algebra problem. So I'm saying like algebra, geometry. Like if I'm traveling the globe, like I see that as me drawing that up mathematically and taking it through mathematics. And maybe I see that as not correct, but that's how I live it. That's how I make it walk and talk. I see it like that.
I think I understand what you're saying now. Have you ever seen a lesson called The Problem of XYZ?
And the unknown right now is this police brutality. like like they they I don't know what it is, but I'm feeling the pressure. Now the
Uh,
thing with the science with 85ers is that they'll take anything on face value. So I'm using every damn thing in the tool shed, meaning mental development, all things of that nature to keep everybody in order, meaning my earth, seeds, everything. This is a very interesting, right? Homeschooling, all of this is interesting. So I'm saying that these are all unknowns. So I have to use the first order of mathematics is to know. So I'm utilizing supreme mathematics, which is my knowledge, to lay the foundation of civilization. I'm solving the equations as they happening on the fly. That's why I fucking got supreme mathematics. If I do, that's all I got. G,
but listen what I'm
literally,
saying.
G. That's
Listen what
all
I'm
I
saying.
got.
I understand
It's
what
the solve, and
you're
that's
saying.
what I'm solving. G. So I don't fucking. That has to be.
No, 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 no,
That's
no, no, no,
that's
no.
not
Hold on,
right
hold
and
on, hold on.
exact. That ain't right.
I'm gonna explain it to you. What do you have? You said, oh, you got supreme mathematics. You don't know.
No, I got the whole enchilada, G.
You
No,
know
I'm
120,
saying
right?
that's what I got to survive in the wilderness of North America.
No, listen
I'm
what I'm saying.
utilizing supreme mathematics and supreme alphabets, meaning I'm drawing it up mentally and I'm solving it through my alphabets, meaning arm, leg, arm, head, and I'm making it. I'm solving the equation by unifying knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, showing and proving the zigzag zig. And I'm keeping that shit. That's my physical. That's my physical. The alphabets. I'm saying this shit is actual real, and I can draw it. So you got uh, what's that shit called? You got, is it circular math? Circular math. Don't quote me on it, but you got the math that actually. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I'm part of. All right, peace. All right. So you got the math that you use to graph the circumference of the globe. It's called circulature. I don't know. I'm not sure, God. I could Google it, but I'm not into all of that. I should know it. But anyway, I'm saying that all of this is that you use the map, but you got to know it first to calculate it, to do the wisdom, to bring about the understanding. We made it here, family. No?
All right, but listen what I'm saying.
Yes,
I
sir.
got your
All right,
point now.
peace, God.
See, what what you're really describing, right, is that there's history that's still being written. See,
Yeah.
what you're describing. See, hold on. The police brutality is not the unknown. It's the solution that you're solving for, and that solution has to come from inside of you. So this is the part where you say that's unknown. It's not unknown. It's just yet for you to apply the mathematics in the way that you're saying, right?
True indeed, God. And that's why it's wisdom culture. That's why I got to wisdom my culture to bring about the equality.
Well,
Yeah, but see, that doesn't mean that God is
Okay,
unknown.
never mind, never mind. That's just how I got it, and I'm
No,
not
that's what I'm
changing
saying.
it. Yes, sir. Peace, Almighty.
Well, see, when we build, you gotta keep an open mind. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we not building.
Peace.
You can't just say,
No,
hey,
that's not my intentions.
you're
That's
not
not my
changing,
intentions. That's not my
good
intentions. I'm
knowledge.
saying I love my family tree. I'm
right?
just saying I respect my family tree. I don't mean that in no
But this
disrespect.
is
In no
what I'm saying.
disrespect.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Suppose you got LeBron James on your team, right? Now, look, you're gonna try to win the game by using LeBron James, right, as the coach. He's your best player, but you don't know how the game is going to turn out because the game is in real time. So how you apply him, whether you let him bring the ball up, whether you let him play down in the hole, whether you let him play the three, whether you tell him, look, I just want you to defend right now. If you say, look, LeBron, I need some points. Yeah, of course, the history has still got to be written. But you know who your team is. You know the skills that you have as a coach. And you know what you have to deal with. You know what the other team is. You study them. You know their strengths and everything. What you have to apply yourself to is the solution of winning. So see, like you said, for instance, You said with your daughter, right? Okay.
Yeah, I got two. Yeah,
Hold on.
peace. Pardon me. Yes.
My oldest daughter is 23. So the things that you
That's
saying,
what's up. Ay, yeah,
listen, hold
yeah.
on. The things
That's what it sounds like a
you
headache.
saying is not
Understood.
unknown because I've already been through it. And
Right.
there's brothers that went through it before me, and it's going to be brothers that's going through it after you that they still got yet to live that history. And they're
True.
going to have
That's right.
certain things that they're going to have to apply to, but to say that it's unknown is not really right.
I mean,
See, it's like if I say 2 plus 2, right, is 4. See, that depends on what the 2 and the 2 is. See, because wisdom means to speak, right? See, but if we both speak at the same time, we're gonna get a different 4 than if one of us is a wise man that use the words, and one of us is a wise man to do the knowledge. You're gonna get a different 4.
That's a different culture. Yeah, true indeed.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's about how you apply it, but it's not that it's unknown. We know what wisdom is, but it's one of those things where, like they say, that's why they play the game. Yeah, on paper, you're a genius. But then when you get out there into the real world, can you really apply that? There's a whole bunch of geniuses in the penitentiary that study all kinds of things. But then when they get out here for a couple of months, and then what? They end up right back in there. Because like you said, they don't know how to apply the solutions from within themselves to the different situations. When you're in that isolated situation, and other people are handling just your day-to-day situation, where you sleeping,
Would that be considered a birth defect, God? Would that be considered a birth defect?
in that your parents probably wasn't able to give you the information.
I mean, in the aspect of, like if you go to the wisdom build or the story degree, Yaku's first rules and regulations. You know what I'm saying? But all those that were not good at multiplying, you know what I'm saying? Like basically, it was a law to my understanding to
That what?
carry out to carry out a birth of a determined idea. So what I'm saying is that I utilize mathematics to determine, to manifest my determined idea. And what I'm saying is that if I can't bring about, a law's world manifest, then is that considered a birth defect?
no. Your solution is your determined idea, God. When you dealing with the there is no unknown because you got the determined idea. You understand what I'm saying? See, when you identify the problem, you also identify the solution.
True indeed, but then you get niggas that put monkey wrenches in your shit, like the colored man. You know what I
Nah,
mean?
nah,
Not how
nah.
you see that. Like for
Listen,
example,
okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like my economic, rug was pulled up from under me due to the, you know, pandemic. No, I can't say it. If people are really out there returning to the essence, then that's this shit is crazy. America hasn't, America has been known to put on a charades, to put on a play for the world. Am I lying about this? Am I wrong to say this?
well,
Yeah,
what
but
was the
those
other
things
part
are
of
not
something?
unknown. See, what you're talking about is
Random
what
variable.
no, it's not random. In every atom, right? You got protons and electrons. That means it's positive and negative and everything.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? Including in the world that we exist in.
That's
You see what
peace,
I'm saying?
G. That's
So
peace.
equality is
That's peace, somebody. That's peace. I hope they got that too. I hope somebody else got that jewel. That was because that was
hey,
that was a real one right there. Anywho, I
you see what I'm saying?
appreciate that. Peace.
So and you gotta recall this, that we in a situation, right, of the first law of nature is self-preservation. And we in a situation where certain people have made their self-preservation, their existence, dependent upon our oppression.
Yeah, eating the flesh off our backs.
So us knowing that it exists, right? This is a hurdle. Yes, I mean it's not, that don't make it insurmountable. It just means that we know
No.
where the hurdles are. You understand what I'm saying? If you
Indeed.
gotta know if you're running the 110-meter hurdles or the 440-meter hurdles.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's not
Indeed.
that you can't get over them, but those hurdles are still there, whether you know them or not. You see what I'm saying? Because remember, performance is a certain thing. To be able to
I see performance is dealing with control as well. You know what I'm saying? That was just my first insight to that though. You know what I mean? You
I
gotta
mean,
have
yeah,
you gotta have
it's dealing.
control to this. You know what I mean?
See, this is the thing. Anything that's knowledge, right? You're dealing with knowledge. To show and prove it, you gotta be able to use it. See, like, let me ask you a question. Let's say if I told you, I went to all the finest universities.
Oh shit.
I
That
graduated.
shit run out.
I graduated from medical school, right? From Harvard University, valedictorian, magna cum laude, whatever, right? But I've never been in a surgery room. I've never been in the surgical room. And let's suppose another dude told you, well, listen, I didn't really go to college and all that, but my whole family is doctors. I've been doing this. Look, I got all these. There's 100 people right here that I operated on. None of them died. They doing great, right? Which one of those people would you rather operate on your heart? Oh, could disappear. Not disappeared, but he got something happened with his connection. Universal truth. Melissa Hefner said there are other countries rioting now because of New York. I think if America would stop taking care of the world and take care of ourselves, it would be a better place. Well, I think like when you say taking care of the world, there's a little bit of it. There's a little bit of a euphemistic term. I think they're taking care of themselves, or the powers that be, the corporate powers and the political powers that be within America are taking care of themselves at the expense of everyone else. You know what I mean? Kind of the white man's burden.
Yeah. If by taking care you mean putting the U.S. embassy there and controlling all the trading, you know what I'm saying, and putting all kind of laws there. And bringing in the police. That's what they do when they go. They bring the police over there.
Yeah, that's all good, Q. You come on another time. It's all good. Melissa said, why do we have to go to other countries and fight their wars? Because imperialism is very lucrative.
It's usually the same people funding both sides of the war.
You know, Melissa, are you familiar with the Monroe Doctrine? The Monroe Doctrine and the Truman Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was picked up by Woodrow Wilson, and then it was picked up by Truman. King Shah said, "I'm rolling with the experience doctor, not the paperwork doctor." Me too, King Shah. Absolutely. But are you familiar with the Monroe Doctrine, Melissa? Universal truth. He says to ask Melissa which news agency you work for.
Yeah.
You work for a news agency, Melissa?
Who you work for? Universal truth is a fool for that.
You see, the Monroe Doctrine was they got to a point in America where they felt like, look, we're gonna be taking this over. You know, manifest destiny was already an idea. So one thing they didn't want is for any more European countries, right, to come over here and take over any more land. You know, like we know we got the firepower in the Indians, but we don't want to have to go against other empires. And so the Monroe Doctrine was any European power that comes into this hemisphere, right, the new world, that America would help defend them. And then that doctrine was expanded by Wilson in World War I. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, people were being oppressed, so we got to go in. And then it was picked up by Truman. It was picked up by Truman for the Cold War. So then it became, you know, not if you being oppressed by an imperial European country. It became if if communism comes into your country and you want to deal with democracy, we'll come defend you. So this is the premise of Korea and Vietnam. You see what I'm saying? All right, you remember now. But these are premises, Melissa, to go in and take people's things. You got to remember, a lot of the kind of thought pattern that developed, I guess you could just say Europeans, you know, in general, the kind of superiority complex they had was that we got to civilize the world. The rest of the world is uncivilized. And so they need our guidance. Let's say, I'm glad we're on the same page about how things work. I mean, I just observed it. Melissa said no, she's actually currently unemployed trying to get disability since she was diagnosed with cancer. Yeah, cancer. Is it like you caught it early? You gonna be all right? You always wanted to be a journalist. I've also been told I would make a good detective. Oh man. ethnocentrism, but all of these ideas, even within just Europeans, eugenics first was an idea just amongst Europeans to justify why some Europeans were excelling in this new capitalist system and why some was falling behind. So the idea of genetic deficiencies was kind of came out of that, a justification, like this, justifications for a million things, the Africans are what's that word that the Christians use for infidels? They're heathens. They don't believe in Jesus. You see what I'm saying? So this justifies us taking them as slaves. So yeah, ethnocentrism, racism. You waiting to have surgery, hopefully in July. So were you scheduled to have the surgery before all of this kicked in, and then when they did the lockdown, you had to push it back? Real hip hop. What's the original guy, Kush? What is this symbol? It was supposed to be in May, and then yeah. So, where you said you from again, Melissa? In Florida, right? So Florida is back open? Yeah, man. Hopefully you come out of that. Good. Melissa said, I'm a don't F with me kind of girl. What's the definition of that? I was thinking about that, man. How's it working out for like Disneyland and all of that? I was wondering how long it's gonna take for stuff like that to come back. Am I on eHarmony? No, I'm not, man. What are you trying to say? I'm hotepping right now? This is a hotep channel. You know? yeah. Listen, man. See, I'm gonna have to send you a link, man, to when we had Hotep Week.
Oh, this shit's funny. Nah.
Real hip hop. What was that? You was talking about, and I was asking you to expand on that. So Disneyland now, you won't be able to buy tickets. You have to make reservations. You can get in there in July. Huh? And I don't think
No Disneyland for me.
yeah, certain places. The movie theaters and all that type of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, that's too much.
What was this thing? Oh yeah, post-traumatic slavery disorder. That's what you was talking about. Real hip hop.
He said, "Oh, gee, then we talk about this."
I mean, hold up. So I have to get this right. Disney World in Florida is better than Disneyland in California. Huh?
Yeah, Disney World, not Disneyland. It's just a little patch of land. We got like a little reservation. We got a Disney reservation. They got a whole world over there.
That's true though. You'll never hear the quarterback saying I'm going to Disneyland.
Yeah, they definitely say I'm going to man. Disney World is Disneyland on steroids.
I went there one time when I was like real super little. Now, I couldn't have been that little because my sister was there. Well, I mean, yeah, she was, but I'm saying she was born when I was what, 6. So I had to be at least probably about 9.
Yeah. I don't fool with Disney right about now.
793rd said they're ready to bust open the movie theaters in July. I don't know. I think the drive-ins is gonna come back.
Drive-ins is open out here.
Well, New York, I think it was one, maybe into the 80s. But nah, it's not that much space. Real estate is so expensive in New York that, nobody gonna take that much space up to do that. She said she's been to Disney World 30 times.
All right, that's 30 times 100.
Yeah, that's what, so wait.
Oh, she must have a season pass.
Yeah, so how many times you been there as an adult? You go with your kids or something? That's them said drive-in sound like a good idea. Yeah, that's a good business. Like if it's not something where you can sell the property for millions of dollars like they do here in New York. But I think that's going to become a thing.
Out here they do a drive-in swap meet. So it's a swap meet during the day, and it's a drive-in movie theater at night. So they let the vendors come through. Farmers market, people selling clothes, music, whatever you got. Yeah. Just a little idea.
So you've been there close to 10 times as an adult. So what's there for adult people? In Fort Lauderdale, Florida, they got to drive through.
You know what's crazy? The drive-through out here never even closed throughout the whole 3 months.
Yeah, because you stay in your car, you social distance.
Yo, they've been getting bread. Like I be seeing it, man. A lot of people is really capitalizing, man. They getting bread right now. Don't be.
Universal truth. You in Cali too? Listen, Hefner said nothing really for an adult. So are you like one of like a lifelong Minnie Mouse fan or something? Like I remember when I was it used to be a lot of grown women that was still in the Betty Boop.
Betty Boop. Oh, that's the hood. That's in the, that's in the hood though. That's only in the hood.
You should be grown
I'm talking about,
women, man.
hey, look, you go in the bathroom, the little rug on the floor got Betty Boop on it.
Yeah.
Shower curtains and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for real.
Are you like that with Minnie Mouse? She said she's not one of those girls, so I'm not, I don't get it. Why keep going to Disney World? She said I'm not one of those girls. So it's got to be something at Disney World.
What is at Disney World? That's so fun.
Maybe she's been the winning quarterback at 10 Super Bowls.
I don't know. Disney World might be off the chain, man. You know, just might be like,
right?
it might be like the spot out there, like yo, we going to Disney World. They might have a little downtown, little outside area people be at. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the rest of the town, like Orlando and Kissimmee and all that. Yeah, it's some adult stuff out there. You know, Florida is one of those states that when you go there, they advertise strip clubs and stuff on the billboards.
It's like Vegas.
They don't do that in New York.
I've been to Florida once.
To me, that's always bug, man. When you get to a certain point, you be like, whoa. Yeah, Great Adventure, Hershey Park. I was an Action Park kind of guy myself, but you know, Action Park, you better make sure your insurance is paid up when you go to Action Park. So. Yeah, I remember we was going down the I don't know what you call it, man, but it was this thing where it was like a concrete half pipe, and there was some kind of sliding thing. I think I had water in it, man. But yo, we was going down the thing, and the guy fell off of the thing he was supposed to be sliding on, and skint like half his arm off. You know what I'm saying? We on the other jump off when you coming down. It's supposed to be rapids with the raft, yo. Oh man, it was getting wild, son. It used to get wild over there. People rafts was turning over.
He said he scared half his arm off.
Yeah, he skint like half his arm off, man.
That's ugly. That's ugly.
Yeah, Action Park, I've been there, man. Listen, racing on the go-karts, people crashing. Yo, Action Park. Listen, Action Park was about that action, but it was mad fun though. See, Great Adventure to me was just like a whole bunch of roller coasters.
I was just about to say, was there any roller coasters? Is it roller coasters at Disney World? They don't got roller coasters at Disneyland out here. Out here, Disneyland is just strictly for babies.
Mm-hmm.
But some people do go. Like,
there was a but listen, what was that? It was a water park, I think Six Flags Atlantis. But it was more down. It was closer to like Fort Lauderdale or Miami than Jasim. Yeah, it was. It was like a whole medical, some kind of triage in there. He went in there. They had some spray, and they sprayed it on his arm, and it made the scab in like 5 minutes. Like he sprayed it on there, and then the next thing it had a scab on it, and we went doing
what?
Yeah.
What you mean? Minutes later, it had a scab.
Yo, somehow it formed a scab already.
I mean, but this was on camera though, right? So I'm saying, like, when you say a scab, this is the formation of blood cells.
Yo, I don't know how I did it, man. I can't explain it. I don't know what it was. All I'm telling you is that in like 10 minutes, he was back with we was in like 10 minutes, we was back on the whistle.
Oh shit.
Yeah, hold up. D Christian. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? It flooded in Hurricane Andrew. Not the whole park. You almost drowned at Six Flags. Where? In the wave pool? Six Flags Atlantis. That was the first time I seen a wave pool. You know, we don't have that kind of stuff up here.
Yeah, man, the wave pool is too much.
Yeah, man.
I ain't like them pools, man, because they got one at Raging Waters out here, man. And it's just like, I got in one before. You know, the water getting your mouth on accident, man. That shit was salty as hell. I never forget that, man. Just being young and that big wave pool, that big wave go over your head, man. And just and you be under that water, you know what I'm saying? Like a little bit of that water getting your mouth, like it's you just know it's all kind of just people in this water, man. You got body oil, hair grease.
Yeah.
People peeing in this water. Come on, man. Real talk. This shit was like nasty, man. Just
Nah, but listen, this place was called like Six Flags Atlantis, I'm pretty sure.
Nah, not Rapid Waters. I'm talking about Raging Waters. That's out here. Where I'm at, it's called Raging Waters. See, they got these same theme parks across the country, but they just be under different ownership, so they changed the name slightly.
Man, hold up, man. Let me Google this, man, so I can show y'all what I'm talking about, man. This place.
No cameras.
This place was called. This place was called.
It's acting up.
Six Flags Great Atlantis. That was it. You don't remember Six Flags Great Atlantis? Listen, you got to Google it. It was a water park.
And Six Flags out of town, man, they be having some accidents on their roller coasters every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I be seeing, man. I don't like them. You know, it's too much sometimes.
I never really was into roller coasters like that. Like the roller coaster is something like, all right, when we first come in the park, we can hit the biggest roller coaster. But then after that, I prefer to it was definitely off I-95, D Christian. You know, my whole family live on 95. who don't live on 95 live on 85. Oh man, the hood pool had condoms in it.
Oh no. No.
Yeah, shut that down.
No.
They didn't have nothing like that in Bronx, man.
I'm saying, what kind of hood pool is that?
The hood is.
He was swimming in a swamp.
Yeah, man. That's like the East River. Like it used to be a time, right, when the East River was crazy polluted. Like you'd be riding on the FBR, or I'd be riding on the FDR with my pops, right? And I'll be riding on the highway with my pops, and he would say like, yeah, me and your uncle, and our friends, when we first came to New York, back in the 40s and the 50s, we used to swim in there. And I remember looking at the water and then looking at him like, you sure you all right? You sure you all right? You used to swim in there? Yeah, I remember when Jones Beach had needles and bottles. Still do sometimes, 7 8 there. Melissa said she found it. You were only 3 when Six Flags shut down? Yeah, Hollywood, Florida. That's my family, yeah. It was fun there for a couple of summers, though. Whatever happened to it? D. Christian said it flooded. See, try to tell you something. You learn something new every day, Melissa. Yeah, that's what we used to do. That's what we used to do in Florida in the old school, Melissa. We used to go to Six Flags Atlantis.
Hey, yo, G.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if I wanted to send you something, right, to the school or something, can I send it to the school in your name?
Yeah.
All right.
Put yeah, just put my name on it. Not many water parks in Florida anymore. I mean, the whole thing is kind of surrounded by water. I mean, it's a little bit redundant.
Let me ask you a question, though. In the garden, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got any problems with like rodents or squirrels, anything like that?
Yo, just now when I was cleaning up the yard, I see where they dug a hole. Like there's a walkway behind the school, right? Because between our school, right behind our school is Harriet Tubman. You know what I'm saying? And there's a little walkway between us, and they dug holes because being that the school was closed for the first part of the spring and everything, it got a little bit overgrown back then. So they dug holes under that concrete slab. So we gotta. That's one of the things we're doing next week. We're gonna pour some concrete down there. But yeah, in terms of, I don't know how many of them is in the yard and been coming in there. I don't know. So
Well,
yeah, I definitely got to deal with that this year.
Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna definitely add on some more. No, remember that net I was telling you about, that deer net?
Yo, I was getting ready to ask you about that. Yeah, I wanted to get that.
So it's at the Wally World, man, at the Walmart. You go up in there and they got the deer net. It's long. It's like, I want to say it's 100 yards long, and then it's 10 feet wide. So it's a pretty long roll. And the thing is, right, it's a black net that has a reflection on it that when the mammal looks at it and the sun is reflecting off it, it looks like a wall.
Mm.
Like the UV reflection off the black, it makes it glare in their eye and make it look like a barrier right there. So they don't even try to get through it or nothing, you know. So you can like put it around the bottom. You make a PVC. You get a PVC frame. You make a PVC frame, like a cube shaped frame. If you got raised beds, you put it around the raised bed, a rectangular cube frame, and you tie that you zip tie the net around it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
If you got cucumbers growing, the cucumbers will climb up the net. So,
oh yeah, you know, I got a lot of stuff like that too.
yeah,
You know what I got this year too? I got some cantaloupes. So yeah, you got to build nets sometimes for those melons. You know what I'm saying? Because the vine keep growing, but the vines is like weak. Like they can't hang off of the vines. It has to be some kind of net.
The melons gonna be
just put them on the floor.
With the melons, you want to put like a piece of wood under them, like when they start growing, so that they ain't in contact with the wet floor all the time.
Right.
And the bugs can't eat them from the bottom.
Right.
On top of it, like, you know, you go get like a plank or get like a 2x8, something like that, 2x8, 2x10. You know, you get it cut up in pieces, and every time you see a melon growing, you put that under the melon. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something though. I gotta master the melons. There's something about the melons, right? Mm-hmm. Where, like, say we have watermelons, right, the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. And there'll come a point where it's like, okay, the watermelons got ripe, we take them off, right? And then, you know, we go on our business, and then, you know, we like, all right, it's already, we talking like September, October already, and all of a sudden we'll see new melons, like, mm-hmm. Right. And it seemed like they came up in like 3 days or something.
That's because that's the harvest season.
I'm not getting my whole yield.
Well,
I mean, I end up getting it because when I see it, I take it off. But I'm like, yo, it always keeps coming after I expected it to stop.
Well, when they come early and you pick them, the more you pick the fruit, the more it wants to grow fruit. So the later in the season, when the sunlight goes back to 12 hours of sunlight and 12 hours of daylight, that's when you start getting more fruit, because that's when your fruit and your flowers start to produce at a faster rate, because your plants start using more potassium at that time. So then you're going to start having faster fruit production after the summer. The summer is really a vegetative season, but you know, you got to control your fertilization to maximize your harvest. So right about now, if you getting, you know, summer out there is definitely, you're a little bit further north, so you got longer days. I know the summer days out there probably don't get night till like the build hour, born hour. Right. So in those days, you need to be feeding your plants with nitrogen, like not too heavy, nothing that's going to burn your plants, but just a mild fertilizer, organic if you want, you know what I'm saying? Organic preferably. And just organic nitrogen throughout the summer. And then around midsummer, you start giving your plant a little bit more potassium. a little bit more. But this, you could use molasses. You go
Mm-hmm.
get some molasses. Get a bucket of molasses. You feed your plants with it, and then by the time September, October come around, you have a lot more melons. But that's the season. That's the season. That's harvest season for all plants, really.
Okay, nobody tell Born Mastermind that we recommended putting nitrogen because the the food with nitrogen in it, that's only for white people.
Oh no, that nitrogen is what you use when you in vegetative growth. You
Nah,
know,
not according to Born Mastermind. According to Born Mastermind, only carbon based food is what we can eat so that we can withstand the heat when when we get close to the Sirius star system.
yeah, drink water, man.
Universal Truth said Florida has shark infested waters. Ain't no sharks in Florida, man.
It's alligators in Florida and snakes.
Melissa said it's getting rough in Portland. What's going on in Portland? That's strange, right? Florida and Portland is probably the two furthest parts of the country from each other. Yeah, y'all gotta watch these guys' videos, man. It's not me. I don't make this stuff up. I just report it. He said that
Fishy motion.
uh,
Yeah.
that's why we're not getting the proper nutrition because white people have us on their nitrogen based diet when we should be eating a carbon based diet.
Well, you know,
Melissa
see,
said they have sharks. What kind of sharks?
tropical sharks, man. Florida
North
got that
Carolina got
tropical.
sharks.
What's that place in Florida when the snakes, where all the snakes is at?
The Everglades.
The Everglades. Yeah, that's when the snakes be in your backyard eating your puppy.
Melissa said they have people getting bit by sharks all the time. Hmm.
Mm.
Y'all must have did something, man.
Is the water cold out there in Florida, or is the water? I mean, I know it's the Atlantic. The Atlantic is a cold ocean, but is the water on the coast of Florida? Is it cold or warm?
Warm.
It's warm on the coast right there.
I mean, every time I've been in there, it was warm.
Well, if it's warm, then there's sharks in that water. That's sharks like that warm coast.
So you know what it is too about Florida. Uh, See, Florida. You know, I don't know if that's that same if it's this same phenomenon on the West Coast, right? But on the East Coast, you got a lot of people, especially back in the days, right? That they go somewhere and they bring back some kind of pet, right? Some kind of tropical kind of pet or whatever. And then when they get it back home, they realize they couldn't take care of it. You know what I'm saying? And so
Mm-hmm.
they release it into the wild. Now, in a place like New York, most of those things is gonna die during the winter. But in places like Florida, they do have a lot of invasive species where people did that and let the animal go, and then they could go survive in the Everglades. Like I heard right now, they having a problem with what is it? Pythons, boa constrictors, something.
Yeah, I seen a little Discovery show on that. There's just snakes on the freeway. You just driving down the road, and it's a big old snake on the freeway.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Crazy.
You don't remember? It was a movie back in the days called Alligator.
Mm-mm.
It was a movie called Alligator, where that was the premise that somebody had. I think they went to Florida, right? They brought back a pet alligator. For whatever reason, they couldn't take care of it, and they flushed it down the toilet. And then from down there, eating the rats and everything, and because it didn't have any predators, it grew to a huge size. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually, it bust out of the sewer system and was terrorizing New York. What we call Alligator. Yeah, and it was like it was what would you call it? Like a folk tale. It was just a folk tale that is alligators down there. Because we used to go down there back in the days. Like if we was playing some kind of ball, like say we playing stick ball or whatever off the stoop, and your ball go down the sewer, then you would just get somebody that was small enough to fit through the thing, and they go in there and get the ball.
Mm.
Melissa said them releasing those species is killing Florida natural animals, not just the Everglades. Oh, you saw the movie? You saw the movie Alligator? Melissa said it was stupid, but it was a folk tale. They should say it was really an alligator down there. I mean, or alligators or whatever. At certain times, like sewer workers, they said they go down there and see alligators. Who knows? I heard that. I heard the cat, the house cat, is like worst, the world's worst invasive species. 793rd said there's a new alligator flick called Crawl, where a storm hits, overflows a park, and then the streets underwater jumping out on the swamp boats. Is anybody in? I don't know what happened. Somehow I get kicked out. Shot should have said maybe it was just a giant rat with a slice of pizza. Possible. Yeah, Melissa says cats are hunters. Yeah, I heard they're responsible for the extinction of several species of birds and mammals. So had a good episode today, built on social inequality. We didn't build enough on how to solve social inequality.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I think the internal social inequality has to be solved before we can really begin to deal with the social inequality with other groups that's under the umbrella of American society. You know, that's one thing. You know, at one time, only one solid group had political representation. So it's much easier for them to get along and rule in a way that was good for everybody if you only got one group of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, if at first it was very specific. It was only white male homeowners. Not homeowners, landowners, I meant. So, you know, in order to do what's right by the whole constituency is easy. D Christian, how I see what coming into fruition. D Christian, solving eternal inequality. Well, you know, unfortunately, uh, I was proven right once again, you know, in this last week and a half, that a common enemy will bring about unity faster than a common cause. You know, it's not gonna last as long. It's not gonna be as it's not gonna. It's not. It doesn't rest on as firm a foundation. But you know what? Had the community unified, you know, for that 100 years, 1865 to 1965, was the common enemy. Knowing that no matter what rung of society you were on, you could still be treated the same way. So see, what it is now is uh, different people can kind of go and hide from a situation that wasn't possible before. You know, it's too many ways to create inequality, right? And then don't have to deal with it. You see, back then, you know, even if you was rich and black, you just lived in a good part of the black community. See, it's not like, you know, like, you ever been on Instagram, right? Instagram doesn't have customer service. But, you know, you can't really get to Zuckerberg. You know, he lives somewhere on a 50-mile plantation, you know, where you gotta go 50 miles from his gate to his front door. You know, even the politicians, they don't have to live in the conditions that they set up with their whatever laws that they pass, whatever statements that they make. See, that's what I was saying about the Drew Brees situation. Whether he's sincere or not, see, you make that statement, and then you got to go in that locker room with brothers. See, Trump, he can make whatever statements that he wants. He's very rarely, if ever, going to run into any of the people that he's offended. Christian said, I see that, but I really hope that after this stuff passes, our people don't get lulled back to sleep thinking the devil got something when it really ain't nothing. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing, in my opinion, that safeguards me. That, I think is the danger in that for other people, is that I don't really have that much confidence in the humanity of all people. This the kumbaya moment is not as possible in my mind as other people's minds. Melissa said, I understand why Kaepernick kneels. I mean, that's one of those things where that became, the flashpoint of the story and how it was covered. But rather he kneeled or took whatever other stance, the real issue was police brutality. I seriously got to play the game with the brothers down his neck. He might end up like Cam. Yeah. What if that dude just decided to miss that block? What if he just be like, oh, and here comes J.J. Watt. Full blast. That could happen. But what is your understanding of why Kaepernick kneels, Melissa? But everybody, the inequality, or the equality in society, right, is about who is included and how much everybody participates. Who is included and who participates. Who's included in all the benefits and who participates in the things that must be done for the whole to prosper. So that's what happens, when we look out there, we see a lot of people that's not included and a lot of people that don't participate in uplifting. And so that creates inequality on an internal basis. And once that exists, then the people on the outside is going to exploit that. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, a lot of people, they're very upset if they find out that someone doesn't vote. they might not realize, but listen, I'm not being included in whatever the benefit of this is, so why am I participating? Melissa said it seems the ones that choose not to participate complain the most. But I mean, it's hand in hand. A lot of times they're the ones with the most to complain about. And you might flip that on the other side and say, well, yeah, that's the reason why you should be the one with the most to participate in. But that's the double-edged sword right there. And that's what we seeing out there. That's what's being manifested in all these protests. And all the people that's there, those is all the people that's not included. Those are all the people that's not included in whatever's the prosperity that America is achieves. So that's one of the first things, what I'm saying, you gotta look at. I mean, if you one of the founders of whatever this community or society or group is, you gotta make sure everybody's included. To keep things balanced. But this was like I said, a good session that we had. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Melissa that joined us over here for the first time from Facebook. We had a lot of people actually that joined us today for the first time. If you made it this far with me through the Each One Teach One, click the like button. You see the technology is we back. We back in effect. Y'all might have missed it, or if you go back and you watch the video, you'll see crying Jordan is back. Let's just say I feel everyone should be treated equally and given the same opportunity to participate. I mean, see, the issue is the pie was split a long time ago. You understand what I'm saying, Melissa? So now, in order for everybody to be included, that means that some people is going to have to give up some slice of their pie, some slice of their slice. Chat is not on the playback. I see it on the playback. I think it's probably some kind of button you got to press. Shaquem, you in the what did I miss crew tonight? I just recalled too. I seen IG. Was that yesterday? Yeah, I seen IG yesterday. We got the target shit piece. I thought about it right when you walked up. But I was in the yard cleaning up, doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Y'all know I'm not even I'm not a landscaper or anything like that. 793rd, how you watch the playback on the computer or on the phone? D. Christian said they're not giving up that digital game pie. Absolutely not. Yeah, on the phone, it is like you gotta click a thing. It says I think it says live chat on it, something like that. But it's yeah. Not G been around. He come outside. He do his thing. But yeah, we was down there. When I was down there doing the landscaping, I seen him. Yeah, you gotta check it out. But what's tomorrow? Sunday? I think tomorrow is Sunday. So let me see. Yeah, I'll probably try to make it on about 7. I gotta make it rain. Um, try to make it on about 7. Shaquem, you who's on there with me last night? Was that Shaquem? Yeah, right now we got the meeting. The next meeting is tentatively on the 21st, maybe the 20th or the 21st. Oh, it was the 7th? No, we didn't say the 7th. Oh, tomorrow's on the 7th. Yeah. And then the 14th, no, the 13th is the All God rally. So yeah, on the 20th or the 21st, as soon as I get my schedule a little locked in, it's gonna be the next meeting of the Random Jewels investment fund. We up to 1,334. So we'll be getting that together, uh, deciding whether we want to do, all the research and legwork on ourselves, or whether we want to just go through some type of legal entity to set everything up for us. Um, the last meeting we had a brother come in and speak to us. He's a CPA, so he gave us like the business structure that we need to use, and so we'll be reviewing all that, and then we'll be moving on to how we gonna do uh, the incorporations. Other than that, I might as well get my long nap in now so I can wake up and get that stuff. I don't know. I guess everything is probably gonna be at least 5% off. No doubt. No doubt, Shaquem. See, I'll be on here tomorrow, man. I'm waiting. I got one. I got one saved up. I wanted to. I was really the topic at the time when I first thought of it. It had me hyped, but I already got my topic for Tuesday. We're gonna have a good class on Tuesday. I got it. I haven't. It's been a while since How long has it been since I went on a rant? I haven't been on a rant in a minute. I'm about to go on a rant. I'm about to go on a rant on Tuesday. D. Christian said the previous meeting ain't shown on the link. Um, which link you trying to go through? You going through the Streamlabs link or the Not the StreamYard link or the Yahoo or the YouTube link. Well, it's gonna be the regular civilization class on Tuesday, I suppose. I don't know. I might if it rains or something, I got some free time. I might come on earlier. Maybe I might come on and do the rant and then let the civilization classes be what it is. But I'm about to go on the rant. Try the YouTube link. Maybe I don't have it on the right setting. My YouTube is Darkim Be AllahChrist. DARKIM. Hold on. Let me. That's my YouTube that I just typed in the comments, Melissa. All right, Melissa. Everybody else, all in the business. Cure, you know what I'm saying? Also, that came on today and built on the live stream. Shout out to Daquan Aku, who supported the stream, got me some headphones so that I could get my video back. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.
The lyrics on this shit is actually